this time. So yeah, we should be good. All right, let's go ahead and dive in. Dive into the game. Matt 4D, what's up? Okay, so Forgecraft. Turn the game sound up here. Yeah. So when I logged in, I noticed some signs from Soren, which is never a great start. And I also noticed that my power was on. And if you remember, we've had a big problem with the power just kind of always being off every time I log back in. And so it looks like I have actually made a stable system now because it kept working the whole time I was gone. So that's one positive at least.
Hey, Bacon.
Oh!
Someone just subscribed.
Vid80 just subbed for 14 months in a row. Yes! Like a boss! High five! Thank you, Vid80. I appreciate it. 14 months in a row. So yeah. So here's the signs. So, cows are a little finicky. Seems they oversearch pathing. I kept them alive, but when removing them from world, TPS went from 7.7 to 20. Signed Soren, PS, server lactose intolerant. So all my cows are in this box. Yeah. And we go down here, you'll see no cows. So, but he did this yesterday, and that means that my base has been on and running itself self-sustained since yesterday. And look at this. Well, you can't see it because it's behind me, but this drum holds a total of 65,500 buckets, and it's currently sitting at 56,100 buckets. So it's it's down like 9K or something from max. That's great because since this has been idle for a day without cows in it, that tells me that this must have filled all the way up and has used about 9,000 buckets of milk running the base in the last day, which is kind of awesome. We spent a lot of time on this system yesterday. Well, day before yesterday. Got it working nice and cleanly and everything. Like, I was really proud of figuring this all out. But it seems that this mod that I've been raging against, because the whole reason it had to be this complicated is because there's a mod that removes vanilla cows and replaces them with these modded monstrosities that require...
Hey, Bacon.
Whoa. Nacho Brado! Resub for 48 months in a row! That is 4 years in a row. High five. Dude, that 4-year mark. Thank you so much, Nacho. You're amazing. I appreciate that. 4 years. Holy cow. Right, so... yeah, so anyway, these cows, unlike vanilla cows, in order to get a bucket of milk from them, you have to give them water and give them food, and then you can milk it once, and then you have to give it water and food again. And so that caused us to need a much more complicated system to milk them than a vanilla cow would have. But it turns out that these cows have this pathing thing built into them where they look for food. And apparently each cow scans in something crazy like a 6,000 block radius to look for food every tick. So I had 6 cows running, and all 6 of them were searching in a 6,000 block radius every tick to try to locate food. I think what must have happened, I think what must have happened is it probably ran smoothly until the barrel filled up. Because these were, they were getting fed and watered and everything regularly.
Hey, Bacon. Someone just subscribed.
What is that, Benzman? Yes! Like a boss, high five. Thank you so much. Thank you for subbing with Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Golfino, hello. Hello to anybody else who's finding their way in. Here's to another 4. I like that positive thinking. My guess is, and I don't have a way to verify, but I bet that the lag wasn't bad until the barrel filled all the way up, and then they weren't getting fully taken care of like they were before. And I bet that caused them to start pathing out, searching outward to try to get more food. That's just my guess. I don't know if that's actually what happened. Button Boy, hello. How are you? Welcome. So yeah, I tried some different ways at it, and I couldn't figure out a way to get the mechanical users to reliably be able to attach to the cows if I had the water and food in world. Because there's this trough thing that can hold a bunch of food, and they can drink from water placed in the world as well. But if I do that, if I put that stuff in here, then they can do things like stand on top of them, which would put them out of range of the users, and that sort of stuff. And so I couldn't figure out, and I experimented with some different things, and I couldn't figure out a way to reliably make sure that they were still in range of the users with, and still have those other things be accessible to the cow. So I just used this whole system where this is feeding wheat constantly. Well, not constantly. It's on a 2,000 tick timer, and then this was giving them water and then extracting the milk out, and then it all ran through this crafter here to turn from the modded milk into the vanilla milk, and then it got emptied into the drum over here. So yeah, I mean, it's still really efficient fuel, man, because it's only down by like a sixth after an entire day. It's a great system. But those cows though, that can't be like that, So either I need to come up with some sort of a threshold system where the cows are removed when the barrel is full and put back in after it goes down a certain amount, which I could do. The mods at my disposal could accomplish that automatically. That is possible. Also annoyingly complicated, but it's possible. I could do that. I'm hoping that because of this madness, they'll end up removing the mod from the pack. It's not my call, but if they remove that Animania mod, then I would get vanilla cows again, and this would suddenly be so much easier. Like, one cow could probably run this entire system. A chain production with conveyor belts with food, water, and milking. You mean put the cows on the conveyor belt? I mean, they're 2 blocks wide. I don't know if they would work on a conveyor belt. At least an IE conveyor belt. I'm not sure. It would look cool. I don't know how fast it would be. Anyway, and yeah, and the whole point of this particular system is that it worked really quickly. I was able to get a lot of milk really fast. What's using the milk to make power? Well, I'll show you. Let's head upstairs here. They are going into slime generators. 4 slime balls of any type plus a bucket of milk equals 400 RF per tick in the slimy generator. And so all the cow madness was to figure out a way to get milk buckets into here. And I have a different system that's creating rice slime balls automatically. Okay, so what I've done, one thing that I've done, I didn't do hardly anything off camera except for this. I made a heated redstone generator, and this is to help with, correct, Soren, it cannot. Moving wand. Can't move bedrock. Anyway, heated redstone. This thing produces, so it uses 50 millibuckets of lava with 1 piece of redstone to produce 160 RF per tick for 6.25 seconds. So that's what this thing does. So I put 9 speed upgrades in it so that this thing, when fed with lava and redstone, can make 1,600 RF per tick. So this I set here because I had this lava just handy. So I've got a transfer node going in here to fill the water. This is basically as another option to get my world going again if I log in and there's no power. So I already have this overclock generator on the back of the XNet controller to give it power in case of catastrophic failure. Oh, there's all sorts of things to produce RF, yeah. So I can toss coal in this one to kickstart that. And then I also made this one as an additional backup. So I can toss a stack of redstone from the drawer into there if I need a power boost all of a sudden. It'll help fill that up. And, you know, if I got into a scenario where I had to completely get off of the milk, this would be an easy thing to switch to. Not nearly as cool, but I could do it, and doesn't produce as much as cheaply either. Anyway, so what I was about to make now is I was told about a mod that got added to the pack that I didn't notice right here called Infinity Block. And I'm told that these are basically ender chests. And it's something I've really been missing, ender chests, for a long time. So I totally want to make one of these and check it out. And we just might end up using them a lot. Infinity block, and it's got different colored channels. Let's make one. Oh, what? I thought... Wait, does it have to be ender chest? Oh, yeah. I was looking. I was just glancing and assumed it was an Ore Dictionary chest. Actually, has to be a vanilla ender chest. So let's make the recipe for that. Did I? Oh, need a recipe for the eye as well. Oh, I'm all out of blaze stuff. Alright, well. Wait, where was that? Did I put that in the mining dimension? Maybe that was in the mining dimension. This thing has worked wonderfully, by the way. The box is just full now. I don't know why there's 10 mechanical users in there, but one thing at a time. Lag. It's not here. Where did I put that? I had a blaze spawner. And I put it in a tunnel. Where was that? Check again over here. Down here, maybe? I don't see it there. I mean, this is the old base. I'm not seeing it. Huh. Did I put it in an RF Tools world? I don't know anymore. Hello, God King Kronos. Oh, great. Power went out. Hold on. I need to go check the power. Stupid power breakers. Silly things. I wish the breaker was closer. It's like all the way down the hall. Yeah, I have a battery. I have a UPS battery. So that my stream can stay up in the event of catastrophic failure like that. As long as the internet's still going, which, you know, in most scenarios, if you can still power your modem or whatever, your internet will usually stay up in a power outage. C. Gregory, thank you for the bits. I'm just realizing that my dashboard was down from the last internet session.
Hey, Bacon.
Or
Someone
internet
just
log
subscribed.
outage. Elliot! Wait, Elenia Claire! Like a boss, high five. Sorry if I said that wrong. Thank you for subbing with Twitch Prime. Appreciate it. All right, restarting my dashboard. Man, the short time the power's out, the AC just like all disappeared. Wow. Okay, that's annoying. Is there another way to do this? Do. Yeah, let's do it like that. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Anyway, Gregory, thank you for the 500 bits. Close enough. I know. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Okay. All right. As I was saying, is that EC even working? It feels like it's not. It feels all hot in here all of a sudden. It was fine before the power went out. Not a great start to the day. I want to stream a good long time today. I don't have time for power outages and AC problems. Okay, so where were we? Oh, it's literally in my base. That's where I put it. There's a zombie one there. I can put the B one down here too. Whoa. I thought that had to be near honey to work. Okay, well, clearly that's not the case. Oh god, now there's zombies. Ha! Okay. Well,
Hey,
this is
Bacon.
going interesting.
Someone just subscribed.
Don Pot! For the first month in a row! Like a boss! High five! Thank you, Don. I appreciate it. Ah! Oh, the refresh on this sword is such a killer. There's so many bees now. Okay. So I had this in my base and it like wouldn't spawn them. But now it's like spawning them all over the place. I don't get it. Okay. All right, that problem solved. I'm just here to capture some blazes. Don't mind me. Wait. I've got an idea for bee management. Long time since I was here, long time since I was sub. Now both are back. Well, I'm glad to have you. Thank you. Oh man, Danielle, what have you done? Alexa, 100 factorial.
93, 326, 215, 443,
I thought we were friends.
944, 152, 681, 699,
Comma.
238, 856,
Comma.
266, 700, 490, 715, 968, 264, 381, 621, 468, 592, 963, 895, 217, 599, 993, 229, 915, 608, 941, 463, 976, 156, 518, 286, 253, 697, 920, 827, 223, 758, 251, 185, 210, 916, 864, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks a lot for that. Jumps off cliff. Yeah. Ew. Quit it. Quit with the setting me on fire. It's so unnecessary. Getting a fair amount of blaze. Rods. I couldn't get Unbreakable Shuriken to work last I tried. Though there was an update to Tinker, so maybe I should try it again. It's a fair amount of wasps back there. Whoa. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna call that good at 18. And I found myself with ideas. I processed one kind of lead, but not the other. Oh, great. Someone's spawning withers. What is with this? Your authentication token is expired message on the stream video, and when I press X, it won't go away. I don't know what you're talking about, Warcraft. Okay, that worked. Gregory with another 100 bits. Thank you. Sword just died of withered. He spawns wither and then dies. Sword says, can I have a couple buckets of milk? Oh, now you want milk, eh? Yes, you can have milk. And I'll let you borrow an extra bonus item too. I wonder where he's fighting this wither. Oh, double dragonfly. Gotta click cookies. I haven't exactly been following GTRP, but I mean, you know, I know what it is, and I've seen a little bit of Waffle streams and stuff. It's really cool concept. I love that they're able to actually populate so many different positions with actual real people to make the city feel alive. You know, it's cool. It's a cool project. I can see why it's so entertaining. I think Soren's here, but can't actually see him. Yep. Oh, there he is. Oh, he was upstairs. Sprite Cloud, yeah, this pack has a major sound overhaul. Okay, anyway. I was after blaze rods so that I can now make that. Infinity block. Boom. Okay, here we go. Our first infinity block. It's cool. Cool little animation. And it automatically says owner bacon donut. There doesn't appear to be an interface. So I suppose we're going to need a second one. Is this thing just for items or can it do power too? I don't know. Let's get a chest and a hopper. And another hopper. All right. So I'm going to see if items there it goes again. If items inserted in the top are going to end up in that chest. There we go. Well, that's easy peasy. I wonder if it works a stack at a time. So yeah, this is essentially like it's like an ender chest, I guess. And has different channels and stuff. So slow. Well, the hopper is slow. That was the speed of the hopper. I don't know the speed of the infinity block. I'm using cloches for my farming. They're from Immersive Engineering. Okay, so this thing can end up being used as our main input. And I don't know. Oh, double dragonflight. Hold on. Clicking cookies again. Good evening, ACC. How are you? The infinity block has no speed. It's a shared inventory, so it's as fast as the pipes putting items in or out, says the mod maker. All right. Okay. Also, the more blocks of the same channel have, the more slots there are, which has potential to be faster. Cool. All right. I don't know if this will work this way, but let's try this. The spot there on the floor is configured to move stuff with XNet. So I don't know if it needs an intermediary inventory in order for this to work with XNet or not. So I'm going to test it. What's something I don't have a ton of? I have over 1,000 diamonds now. That's pretty awesome. Scroll down here. Here we go. Demon ingots. I know those aren't going to be coming through anytime soon. So put this like that. Put demon ingots into it. Are those arriving in my system? Yes, they are. Right there. Thank you, Soren. He returned the regen ring. Okay, so yeah, that'll... yeah, so this works just fine as our input to the system, and that means that I don't even have to use this remote storage anymore. Wrong one. Corey. Oh, hey, Necroan, how are you? Yeah, I was using this right here. Let's turn this off temporarily here, because it'll work. That should work just fine, but my inventory at home is not yet prepared to deal with it. Well, apparently the pathing fix. The pathing fix for the cow mod is going to be added this weekend, apparently. Or after the weekend. Okay. So this should send stuff back home again, but before I turn the quarry back on, I want it to be properly ready to handle it. Shut up, crows. How do you make that? Oh yeah, with another star. Which I don't have. Did I lose all my dragon's breath? I got a bunch of dragon's breath from killing the dragon. Was that gone in the data loss? Yes. Yes, it is. I have to go kill another dragon to get more of that. Crap. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Seal Slayer, hello. Welcome back. Silver grit. I think that's new. Yeah, because that's different. And there's no room in here for it. Do I have more export buses? Maybe some up here that I'm not using. Story of the missing cows. They were each one of them was pathing in a 6,000 block radius every tick looking for food. And it brought the server to its knees, my 6 cows. So Soren put them in a box. Well, must be using them all. Rip moo-moos. Yeah, so it sounds like they're going to try to get a fix for the pathing issue. And general discussion is starting to happen about whether we should keep the mod at all. I'm fine with it if it stays. Like, I'll deal with it. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to raise a fuss. But if we were voting, I would definitely vote to remove it. But that's just a personal gripe. I just don't care for it. Getting through the lead now. Yeah, I don't have the solder automated anymore, which makes me annoyed at the process of making more exporters. Suppose I could use XNet if I really wanted. What's up, Alec? I'm starting to make some headway now. It's clearly hit a mine shaft. Look at all that. Silver ore, too. I don't get where all these slime balls are coming from. $16,000 of basalt and marble, and both of them, all 3 of these are maxed out and voiding now. Wow, it's a lot. Wow. He put together a huge reactor, but didn't cool it, and then rip all the fuel. There's a slime block in the mining dimension. Oh, that explains that. Cool. Okay, so we should deal with silver, because that's starting to come in. There we go. We now have storage for silver. Yeah, we're gonna need more exporters. That's a gold, an iron, and the glowstone bit. Glowstone. I want to run a quarry in the nether at some point to get a bunch of stuff. Okay. Oh, good. We still have that sped up.
Hey.
Hey.
Someone just subscribed.
George Mods just for 5 months in a row. Like a boss. High five. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's fairly new, Chosen Architect. It was for a Old Spice commercial thing that Twitch did. Alright, exporter. I'm hoping that this same one will keep up with demand of cooking stuff. I really should just export both of those. Or dictionarying is not working out the way I wanted it to. Not with the copper either. Stack upgrade. Okay. That's an important part of getting through the quarry stuffs. Firelord, I don't know if that's a typo or if you're talking about a different mod. Lock that. And yeah, probably void it. Oh, nickel now too. That's another one I haven't dealt with. I don't know what the byproduct is. See if there is one. Hold on. Apparently, Soren is merrily killing villagers. Big reactor turbines worth the trouble setting them up? I've never found it worth it, personally. I never do. I mean, a lot of people do, and they certainly look cool. And maybe they're better. It's just so easy to make the standard one. I've never really saw the point, personally. Please be dictionarying. It is good. The cow mod is Animania. And I just don't like it because it overwrites so many vanilla mechanics. Like you want to add new kinds of cows, fine of it, but you mess with any mod out there that does anything related to cows will break if that mod is there and just removes vanilla cows, you know. Okay, so I think we've gotten all of that. all of the ores configured for storage and export. We're just not moving them as fast as I would like to be moving them. But probably need to make a second grinder and a second furnace or a third furnace just for that. Try to keep up. So I want more quarries, darn it. There we go. Oh man, Cookie Storm. They're everywhere. Okay. Tempted to just void all this stuff. I'm like, am I ever gonna use that mod? I don't think I will. 500 bits from Chosen Architect. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Let's do that. Silver, nickel, lead is on its way to be processed. Uranium, we made a drawer for. Did we upgrade said drawer? Not yet. We got lots of diamonds to make upgrades with now. Okay. We can move this stuff through now. And grab all that. Finally clearing this out a bit. Oh, and this one's almost full too. Oh yeah, but that'll clear out once the furnaces do their job. Setup I have on my drawers. You set that up with Skyvector 3? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think Skyvector 3 has XNet, and XNet is a part of what I'm doing, but yeah, storage drawers with a storage controller, and you can just set a refined storage, external storage bus on it, on the controller, and yeah, works just fine. What is this? Guess that came from like a dungeon chest or something. Oh, and that dropped all the stuff. Funny. Giant Wyatt, hello. What is XNet? How do you explain XNet? It's a mod from the same guy that made RF Tools, so it kind of has integration with RF Tools. It's a type of cable network system. This is an XNet cable and connectors. So these one cable, it can manage items. It can manage items, power, fluids, and redstone. And each connector can do any of those things, and with all sorts of configurable options. And then you have a controller that lists this thing here. It lists every single one of the connectors, and this shows you what all the connectors are touching. And so, you know, I have a network channel here. The channel 1 is for power. So anytime I have something that needs power, I just slap a connector onto it and then just click, you know, boom, create, and it would create a power channel, and then that thing would start getting power. You can do some really cool management stuff with it. And honestly, I don't even know how much I would be using Ender IO conduits if they even existed here.
Hey,
Nice.
Bacon.
Oh!
Someone just subscribed.
Cool cow! For 43 months. Like a boss! High five! Thank you so much, Cool Cow. I appreciate it. For clay, here, let's just cook all that up. So yeah, I'll show you XNet. So I just put a furnace down. I want this furnace to have power, so I'm gonna put a connector on it. And now when I go to my controller, I'll be able to find that furnace in this list somewhere. And it's right here. And there's two ways that you can check to make sure that you're pointing at the right thing. I can name this, so I can call this second auto furnace. And now when I go into here and I'm scrolling through, find it again, right there. So now it says connector second auto furnace. And you can also double click and it'll literally highlight it. So you can, so that's the second way to make sure that you're pointing at the right one. And of course, I have a very complex XNet system, so that's why there's so much stuff in here. All right, so that furnace, we need it to have power. So channel 1 is power, so create, and it's inserting. Boom, so this has power now. And we want it to import anything that cooks, we want it to import into our system. And we already have item import set up. And it's there's a priority system. So it tries to go into the drawer controller first, and then if that doesn't work, then it goes into the modular storage second because the insertion has priority. So if we look at our other furnaces, where are they at here? Right here. So these are my other machines that I already have, and you can see power there and item extraction here. So the new furnace is this one. So we just want to duplicate what's here. So extract stacks. And now anything that cooks is going to go into that item channel and get put into the right place. And I don't have anything on my person to cook,
bacon.
but you get the
Someone
idea.
just subscribed.
Peanut 316 for 2 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Thank you so much. Peanut, I appreciate it. Second month and everything. The bacon heart next to your name? Yeah, that's just subscribing. And if you don't have money to sub, some people are able to get a free sub with Twitch Prime. That just means connecting your Twitch account up to your Amazon Prime account, and you get a free sub every month with Amazon Prime. And more details about that can be found at twitchprime.com. A lot of people are using that to sub with. I'm getting subs from people that never could afford it otherwise, which is awesome. And that gives, my mic's trolling me again. That gives you the bacon heart next to your name, all the sub emotes. It removes ads on my channel, so you never see ads on my channel again. And lets it get included in any subscriber events that we do. Like I did a sub only movie night not too long ago. That was fun.
Bacon.
Hey,
Just subscribed.
Wolfie just subbed for 2 months in a row. Like a boss. High five. Thank you, Wolfie. 2 months of Twitch Prime love. Appreciate it. Okay, so I want to make another exporter. Thought I made. Oh, they're still in here. Yeah. Glowstone. Oh, there it is. There we go. 2 exporters. Okay. So I want to use this to help process this stuff that's not going through fast enough, like the nickel grid. Start there. I'd like to make another stack upgrade. get inserted? Oh, no, it's there. Okay. There we go. Stack upgrade. Done. I need speed upgrades. Like, a lot of them. I should really just move this thing downstairs now. All this is just not in use anymore. My streaming schedule, I start daily at 5 p.m. Pacific is my set start time. And, oh, I forgot I left a bunch in there. Sweet. I don't even need to cook those yet, but I will. That's a whole stack. Sweet. 5 p.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday. And then bonus casts on weekends. And I stream most Saturdays. And I don't stream most Sundays, but this weekend I have said that I will stream at least a little bit tomorrow as well. There we go. Speed that bad boy up. It wasn't the mechanical users, Booker Bomb. It was the cows themselves had bad pathing code that overran the server. All right, I want to make a second grinder. What's it called? Crusher. And need another XNet connector. Let's go in there. Let's go in there. And I'll use that there. And yeah, we just want to help it process this stuff, which right now is silver and nickel. And let's give it power. Where is it? Right here. Okay. All right, we've got double the machines now. Working on this stuff. Grit and dust. Let's give it all of those. All the ones we have backed up.
Hey, Bacon. Someone
Oh,
just subscribed.
Toshiro just subbed for 2 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Thank you, Toshiro. Appreciate it. The cow, yeah, the cows are in this box. All right. I'll clear through this pretty well. I really need more stack upgrades. Wait, man, my mic trolling me. Stop it. Oh, I didn't set up import on that one. Gotcha. Gave it power, but not import. There we go. Cool. All right. Yep, I will do it. Of course, core is not running right now, but one problem at a time. Any better? Yeah. It's going. It's going at a mighty pace. Hi, Charla. How are you? Okay. All right. Facades. What that do to the light levels? We're fine. The Taco Bell. Yeah. Yeah, that was quite a day. And the crazy thing is, which I think I mentioned in the video, it's not even unusual. Like, that's just how it is at that Taco Bell. Cleared all those. Nearly done with the lead. Do I have a drawer for obsidian? Probably not. Ah! I meant to put a drawer there. Okay. Nice squid there. See you, Button Boy. Thanks for lurking with us.
Hey, Bacon.
Oh!
Someone just subscribed.
Bryce just subbed for 38 months in a row. Like a boss. High five. Thank you, Bryce. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Dark mode while cooking dinner. That is an excellent thing to do while cooking. I approve. Oh, look at this. Getting down there. Yeah, because put elk there. So this is basically the junk. The stuff that, I don't really have good storage for, that the quarry is picking up. And that's okay, because it's only 42 out of 300. So yeah, I'm okay with that. We finally processed everything. What are we doing here? Ore. Ooh, all that silver ore. Where did that end up? Where's that silver ore at? Is it in here? It is. I don't know how that happened. Oh, that's already getting processed. All right, so that'll get through that eventually. And that's already cooking the grit. Okay. Something overflowed that at some point. But it'll get through it. And I think that's the only one. The rest of these are in appropriate barrels, I think. Grit. I think those both are set to process. Dust. Those definitely are. Silver and tin, just to make sure. Yeah. All right, cool. I think all that's good. So I don't see any reason now why we can't turn the quarry back on. So if I set a different connector on the second storage, I could use it to extract more of the crap stuff. What's over there? Oh, it's a slave. The movie wand is godlike, I agree. So I'll just leave it for now, but if I end up using that somewhere. I don't know that I'll use this remote storage ever again here because we have the infinity block now, which makes a lot more sense in most contexts. Let me just double check my milk supply since there's no cows running. Still doing fine. All right. And that one chunk is still trolling me. Direwolf and friends, yep. Cool. All right. Well, let's go turn on the quarry again, I think. Well, do we want it going directly into our system? How's this doing? Why is there so much nickel there? Did I not? Oh, I didn't. I didn't set a compacting drawer for nickel, did I? Get out of there. Wait, how much is listed in here? Just the stack, that's correct? Okay, cool. Boom. Alright, glad I noticed that. Now what else is this all filled with? We already established the silver ore and it's getting cleared out. Alright, it looks reasonable. It's fine. Oh, but granite, andesite, diorite. All these should be in a drawer somewhere. Thought I had a drawer that I hadn't used yet that had a void. Ah, here it is. Right here. Perfect. Alright, I'm gonna switch this out to normal storage. And I'll make a new card for this one. So now what we will have. Oh no, I should leave that. Well, actually, it probably just has power, right? Yeah, it just has power. That's fine. That power again. That can get removed. La, da, 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 da. Okay. Insert 200. Yep, I'm gonna do that for all these. Rip filter. Okay, so what I'm doing here is moving off of the remote storage from RF Tools for the quarry. And what these are now becoming is just overflow storage like this one. We've had this one as a generic storage drive that is a backup if these drawers don't have a spot, then it goes into here. So what I'm doing now is basically just making more of these. So this one's got a little bit of crap in it, and then I'll make a new card for here. And then we will have the quarry just come straight in. Because I'm pretty confident that I have all of the ore processing done. So even if some of those drives get a little filled up, the machines will process it all. Tools. This guy right here. All this stuff but iron armor. Meh. What do I need better armor for? When I could make diamond armor now, because I have lots of diamond. But for ages, I haven't had a lot of diamond. I was really under-diamonded for a long time. There we go. We got 3 of them. And this is there just in case I ever want to use that eventually. That guy will be on the quarry. All right, let's go turn the quarry on again. Perfect. This was still quarrying last time. On, off. I'm confused. I mean, it's possible that it's finished, but it was just working like a minute ago when I switched this out. Be nice if there was some sort of visual representation of things passing through. Because this is kind of acting like it's not doing anything now. And I forget which state the lever's supposed to be in. Hey, Varix. Bop, bop, bop. Just checking my messages. Okay. $411 out of 108. Yeah, that I don't understand either. Maybe it's just time to set up a new quarry. That's quite possible. Lever on equals builder on. Okay. If I have a probe on me, I can shift to see the inventory. What kind of probe? There doesn't seem to be a probe from that mod, so what mod are you talking about? There's just the one probe. Activity probe? Player probe? Teleporter probe? I don't know. Yeah, this really doesn't seem to be doing anything anymore. Maybe it's time. I've been saying forever that I wanted to go quarry the nether. Maybe it's time to do that. Chest on the other side of the quarry? I have one. There's a matching chest to this. Looks like it doesn't... It wants to export to that block. Oh, it doesn't look like it wants to export to that block. I don't know. Maybe Infinity Block can't receive items from the bottom? I don't know. We have tore up the landscape back here. Look at all this. This is the result of our quarrying. We have quarried a lot of stuff. Look at all this. Woo! Oh wow. I didn't know this was over here. What's all this? Wow. Cool. And all this. Some sort of weird village. Bases chunk loaded. Everything's chunk. The quarry's been running a long time with no problem. But we haven't run it with the infinity block, so there could be issues there. Oh, hi, Henry. He's come to look at it. Oh, I guess it was the one probe. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. I wonder what armor he's wearing. Do I have space astroneer? I don't think so. The overlay issue. Dirty Den, can you be more specific? What overlay issue?
Hey, Bacon, someone just subscribed.
Nerve 22 with Twitch Prime. Like a boss. High five. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You may need a chest on the other side instead of XNet. Maybe. I haven't tested that yet. Which, you know, that'd actually be fairly easy to test. Let's do that. I don't think that's the problem, but wouldn't hurt to rule it out.
Hey, Bacon,
Whoa.
someone just subscribed.
Rathalos 005 with Twitch Prime. Like a boss. High five. Thank you. I appreciate it. I get an error where it says the authentication token is expired. I've had a few people talk about that, and most people are saying that if you just hit F5 a couple times, it'll fix it. So we'll use this same block here to test that we did before. Gonna see with the googly eye things a little bit. It's perforated. All right. Well, that is not working. I could have swore I tested this in my dimension and it worked. So let's do that again. Didn't I try this? I could have swore I did this, and it worked. Guess not. Huh. Alright. Maybe I just misremembered what I tested. I don't know if this thing auto ejects or not. I am positive I did this before. And it worked. That's exactly what I tried. Piping items into it and then extracting out the bottom. I tried that already. And now it doesn't work. By setting them to a different channel? Was that just with a die? Well, could be since you're moving storage units, it could mess something up. I mean, maybe. Okay, I have no idea here. This totally worked when I crafted them and tried it. And now it doesn't work at all. Tried setting to a different channel. No luck. Well, it was great while it lasted. And then it stopped. You need a chest? You don't need a chest. This is a valid inventory. A hopper is an inventory. It would be really silly for it to need a chest. Like that. Mine's still working, so something seems to be corrupted with your player's channel registry. Great! Wonderful! Doo-doo-doo-doo. Observer blocks are coming to console next update. Well, I don't know what that means.
I know you're a monster.
Actually, here, why don't I leave these set up? I'll leave the tests set up over here. Now it's working. Now it's working. That's literally exactly the same setup that I had a second ago. It's the hoppers are on the same sides. Does it need to be against a solid block? Oops. I mean, my first test wasn't against a solid block. Working just fine. My registry got reset when I broke all of them, and when I placed them again, it got reinitialized. Okay. Well, so let's try this again. Broke. Broke. It needs an inventory, not XNet. That might be the case. Yes, Henry, it's all chunk loaded. Let me test this again. See if we can test the XNet theory. Broken. Fixed. Okay, we're starting to see a repeatable pattern here. So now that it's fixed, let's put this one back on the XNet channel. And the theory that chat is proposing is that perhaps it needs an inventory and can't go straight into XNet. Okay. Not working. Does it stay broken if I put it back on the chest? Because then we're getting somewhere. Still broken. That's it. All right, Henry. It's now repeatable. If I try to set this up to to be extracted out of XNet instead of into an inventory, then it seems to corrupt the player registry and break. Now let me see if it's an XNet issue or if it's just a inserting without an inventory issue. So have one here not connected to anything. And then this, and now let's insert into there. That works. That does work. Did you add it to insert in the controller for XNet? I don't know if it resets when you change blocks or not. So this implies that there is just in here. So does this have its own internal inventory? Clearly it does. I don't know how big that buffer is. So let's get that all out of there. I'll double check the import in XNet. Yes. The XNet setup stays with the connector, so switching it from a chest to this automatically keeps the same import settings. Now that's working. Is it going into the system? It is. Now it's working. Through XNet. That completely worked using XNet. Let's move this. Try it again. Still working. Oh, double dragonfly. Katie figured out how to start the Twitch app to find me. Wow. Chaos, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, now it's seeming inconsistent. For a second there, I thought it was repeatable, but now it's looking inconsistent. Let's move it back across dimension. First, try it with just something. That's working. That's on. And Corey's moving? It's moved a couple of blocks. Has it now stopped? Now it stopped. No? Still going. I'm confused. Is it the lever? I don't know. Hi, Dubstep. Yeah, Soren took my cows. I'm so confused. It's working slowly? This thing's fully powered. I'm so confused. That's to 43 now. And this isn't moving at all. Check if power toggles it. Oh. Does redstone turn it off? If redstone turns it off, how could it have been working at all? Shut up, crows. It also wouldn't explain why it stopped working at my base even. Because that didn't have... That didn't have any sort of redstone signal involved. I mean, even if there's some sort of thing about XNet being slow, that can't be the only thing happening, even if that's the case. It's more complicated than that, I'm sure. Hold on. Right. Let me make sure there's an advanced connector on the import. Where is the import? Is it this side? There we go, and that's not an advanced connector. Is it doing anything? It's extracting power. Oh, so that's primary power for the network then. 200 bits from Gregory. Thank you. Thank you, and good night to you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, advanced connector time. All right, power restored.
Hey, Bacon.
Oh!
Just subscribe.
Bacon Space just with Twitch Prime. Like a boss, high five. Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back, man. Okay. So now this. Is extract. And other than that, I don't, yeah, the priority is all on the insert, so extract is all we need. Let's just set it to be faster. And stacks. That should be all we have to do to that. Now let's go back to here. It's definitely been working more. That isn't. There it goes. It might be an XNet issue. Let's just get more connectors on it, and maybe that'll... It doesn't explain why it was getting stuck and not able to do anything. That doesn't explain it. But if there's item limits to XNet stuff, we can fix that just by adding more of them. Didn't mean to click that. Two channels extracting. Do I need to have one like on each side too? Let's go see what this looks like now. Are you still liking XNet? Yup. Current problem notwithstanding, I adore the mod. That helped. You know what? I'm just going to add more for good measure. Maybe it's not needed at all. I don't know. But I can afford it. So I'm going to add more. I tried that, Henry, and I didn't see any contents. Maybe I was doing it wrong. Okay. We now have 4 sides connected to extraction on that thing. Really, really hope that that isn't a bottleneck now. There we go. That is more like what I'm used to seeing. Okay. It's working. I don't know. Okay, fine. I'm a little past worrying about this at this point. I'm fine with it. We're gonna go with it. Let it ride. Oh, hi, Henry. Yep, let's go. How many pearls am I up to? 190, we've doubled. Nice. The new song feature? Well, run the command. You'll see exactly what it is. Yeah. Hoping there could be a bauble. Doesn't look like it.
Hey,
Oh!
Bacon. Someone just subscribed.
Kitten Soul just subbed with Twitch Prime! Like a boss. High five. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, all right. Okay. Well, now that that's running again, let's check stuff here. Yeah, we're getting more ores and things. How do I have that much coal? Oh, that's just from me swapping blocks in my base and stuff. Okay, so more ores are coming in, but they're not piling up drastically because we are still processing them. I should have that guy do more. What's this set to now? Just lead and silver. Just a bunch of them. This one should include that. That'll help. More about dusts and such. Gold iron. And what about grit? No backed up grit. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't have a storage bus. I'm not seeing everything. I have a storage bus on this. But I don't think I do. Maybe on these? Wait a minute. Let's look at rails. Nope, 237 rails. It has to be those, right? Definitely those. So what happens if I put them there? Okay, so this one has a storage bus on it, but this one doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. Because I think... Yeah, I set up the connectors all the same way, but not RS. Yep. Yep. Because it wasn't a modular storage before, it was the remote storage. So I need one more storage bus to properly have this set up. And this is really making me want to automate the solder again. Let's do it. Let's automate the solders. We haven't lost any RS data in a while. What could possibly go wrong? The cows were creating catastrophic server lag. So they were put in this chest. Okay, wrench. There we go. And connectors. Soren's arrived. Oh no. Tech boy, how are you? Yeah, the servers are lactose intolerant, it would appear.
Blame Soren. Blame foreign. Blame
He,
foreign.
he has a drone.
Blame foreign. Blame foreign.
Yep.
Blame foreign.
Seems reasonable.
Blame foreign. Blame foreign. Blame foreign.
Yep.
Blame foreign.
Yep.
Blame foreign.
Yep.
Blame foreign.
I mean, I usually do.
Blame foreign. Blame.
Oh man, yeah, it's a fidget spinner. On sunrise on the loneliest night.
Blame foreign.
Okay. Okay, so anything these two do should now automatically get imported back into the system. Blame Soren.
Blame foreign. Blame foreign.
I've been meaning to learn a bit about open computers. I haven't messed with it at all yet. I have no idea what all it has. Thankfully, a lot of these are already made. The sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh. Sunrise on the loneliest night. Yeah, I should be able to make all of that. Dude. Need that silicone processing though? Don't I have that right there? I already have silicone auto cooked right over here. Right there. So we're good to go. Yeah, golden. Golden. Do. Alright, so now we can make speed upgrades, no problem. Boom. Both those sped up. Okay, so all we have right now is silicone and the improved processor. Let me double check to make sure there's no recipes hanging out up here. Yeah, looks like we just lost a bunch of them. It's fine. Rorax is outside apparently. Um. All right, let's make some more patterns. It's both grinder patterns. I really should automate a grinder again. And this guy's the secondary one. This one's doing most stuff. Are either of these staying idle? Not yet. Well, no, this one's a fair amount of time spent idle. Maybe we could fit some auto crafting in, but it'd be a lot safer to just add a new grinder. Let's do it, or crusher. It's not like I can't afford it. Oh, wait, no, I need to go up top. Ow! Darn it. Ah! I'm just failing all over the place. Looks like people are using the deep dark. Thought that was broken or something. There you go. Enjoy. What do I do when I need more milk? Well, right now, I'm consuming about 10,000 gallons a day. Of course, that was with the quarry off, so it might be going up. But anyway, I have 54,000. So that should be like a solid 5 days of power worth. The mod that caused the problem with the cows is supposed to get an update. The mod that's causing the problem is supposed to get an update after this weekend, so I'm hoping that I won't run out until that fix happens. So. All right, back to this stuff. Can retrieve some of this unused XNet stuff. Mari, we don't do song requests. Sorry. Oops. There we go. All right. Connector underneath. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Well, the facade seems to let the light through, which is interesting. Because that would let us keep a solid looking floor and just put lights underneath it. Can you live of Twitch? What? I'm live right now. Put those back in. So that was the creating sand on the fly and gravel as needed. But is anyone really live? Really? Slave. Okay, where's this new one that I just put? That's got to be it. Create power and extract. Or not. Oops. Well, now I don't know what I just said. I just set up some machine and I don't know what it is. Are you making a living out of Twitch? I've been a full-time Twitch broadcaster for 4 years. Why is this empty? Don't know why my battery's empty. I don't know what those are. Well, there's a new one. I set up some machine. I don't even know what it was. Well, hopefully that extract doesn't break something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't reveal my sub count. Okay, so automated crushers back in action. Together. Wait, no, not that kind of speed upgrade. There we go. Okay. Is there something else that I wanted to crush up that was making me want to do this? Oh, I can't remember. Might have just been me thinking about glass and sand and stuff. All right. Anyway, back to what I was starting to work on. Increased automation here. I want to get these going again. And so I needed more patterns. Toss some patterns in here. Boom. Okay, processor. This. And this. And this. And this. Okay. I already have that and that. I need those two, which are these kind of patterns. Yeah, Mystified, you need some other thing. You have to manually handle the import back in. So either if you want to keep it just with refined storage, you would use an import bus connected to the bottom. Has to be the bottom. I'm using XNet connectors to do it, or in a different mod pack, you could use Ender.io conduit. Same kind of thing that you would use anywhere for moving items around. You just have to extract out of the bottom of the solderer and pull back into your system. Oh yeah, you weren't connected to the bottom. Yep, it has to be the bottom. These things are insert and top, extract out the bottom, and that's important. It's very cited. Okay, now speed upgrade. Give me 4 of them. No, the cows were causing major server lag, so Soren removed them, but he put them in this chest here. So nothing nefarious happened. Ugh. Come on. The cows were in use in my power system. There we go. And now I can recreate the recipe for the stack upgrade, which I keep needing. And the recipe for sugar. There we go. Please, RS, don't delete all my stuff again. Ba-ba. Wild the Wild ones not cause the same issue? So far, they're not. We assume it was something about the way that I was automating them and it was speeding up their process. My guess is that in the wild, they path like once and then walk there. Also, the ones in the wild aren't chunk loaded. So there's that. I have never made a spawner with RF tools. What's that process like? Needs a syringe? And beams of energized matter. What? No idea what any of that means. You killed the server with 6 cows. It's true. I did. I'm using the same thing for power. I just had a maximum size drum filled with milk, so it's lasting me a while. Okay. So this is all good now, and we can make the stack upgrades again. All right. Okay. Slowly reintegrating RS into our systems here. How are we doing on quarry tap stuff? Very limited on ores. That is like processing right away. Very little backup on dusts. And grit. A little bit of backup there. That should take care of it. Cool. All right. I think our quarry processing is acceptable now. All right. So again, coming back from the distractions yet again, I want to make external storage. And yeah, I also need to remake the cable recipe. There we go. Ba-da-ba. Okay. It's thinking about it. It's not very good in my experience. You have to charge the spawns with items to get something to spawn, and it's slow. Huh. Good for making withers, no skulls required? Interesting. Priorities are all set to 1. Yeah, it should be light enough there. Okay. This should be valid storage now, so grab this. It's our go-to unique item. Put that in there. There it is. Okay, works. I haven't watched The Flash. No. I think I watched the pilot, maybe. Here, for organization's sake, I'm going to swap these out. And then I'm going to set the priority. On this one to be 2 instead of 1. So they will go in, if they're going into those drawers or into these storages instead of the drawer, it's going to go wait, what's the one of the primary? Hold on. 50. Okay, yeah. So it'll go into that one first, that one next, that one last. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Is there an egg dish you could automate that would be good for furnace fuel? Maybe. I mean, pumpkin pie is good food. We could use culinary gens with chickens for various ways. Oh, double click frenzy. So many cookies. Okay, done. Okay. All right. That we have all accomplished pretty solidly. I'm happy with all of this. And I think this sets us up to be able to work on our next shenanigan project. I think we've gotten all of the like major problems patched up. It would appear. Cool. All right. Well, I've been live for 3.5 hours. This is time for me to go take a bathroom break. So I'm going to go potty. And then when I get back, we're going to decide what we're going to do next. Well, I've got a couple ideas in mind of what I'd like to do. I would love to get some sort of withery something going on because I want nether stars. But we'll decide together. Don't go away. I have promised you guys, because I didn't stream yesterday, I promised you all a 12-hour stream today. And we've only been in it for 3.5. So we got a lot of streaming left to do. Hope you stick around. I will be right back. Don't go away. Is this thing on? Hello? Hello? Oh, man. My mic went mayonnaise there for a second. Yeah, it's trolling me sometimes. Something about my noise gate. I don't know. It gets stuck. Hello, everyone. High five. Thank you for sticking around. Good to see ya. Hi, Spartacus. How are ya? Other than, you know, rolling. All right. So here we are. Okay. All right. Ah! Wow, that song, though. Hello. Zircon, please. Hi, Gimbal. Okay. So, one thing that I have a big interest here in is monster type farms. Because I keep not having enough blaze powder, and I keep not having wither skulls and nether stars and that kind of thing. And I think monster farming would be some good stuff to set up. Make it extremely overcomplicated. Lol. Okay, did we end up with any wither skulls left over? No. We lost them all in the Great Purge. Can anybody explain to me how the extra utilities resturbed mob spawner works? I don't know how to make that a thing. How does that work? Hi, Victor. Ooh, I should look into that environmental controller. We can set a peaceful module. That'd be very useful. Shoot 21 with 1,000 bits. Thunderstorms here again today. My lights just went off, so guess what? Alexa, lights off.
Okay.
Thanks a load. Drop of evil on a mob spawner. Does that mean it doesn't work on anything except vanilla spawners? Like you can't take any other monster and make a spawner out of it? Use drop of evil on a vanilla spawner becomes resturbed. You can change it in a mob spawner changer, but don't know a lot about that part. Okay. Antenna? Wow. Who's that? It's Soren again. Great. Actually, Additions has an item to change a spawner. Okay, what's it called? Terraformer. If his lights went off, how does he have power for his PC? Well, he could be on mobile, you know. Still don't know what these are for. They sure are expensive, though. Well, the top one is, anyway. Alright, there's the beginning of it. Pentium core. None of them seem to have uses. Cursed sword. Two perfected. Is it 14 damage? Is that what? Is that it? Because this thing does 16. I have Tiger Man. They're alright. The sword is the sword version of I Am Rich app. I don't know what that means. No extra modifiers on there. That sword needs over 1 million red coal. Okay. Does it... Do you like... Stupid Mike. Do you like infuse it with red coal or something to make it do more damage? Because like if it would give me a way to get you know, a much better weapon, then I might go for it, because I'm not super happy with Tinker's swords right now. I want a sword that can like two-shot a wither or something. 500 bits from shoot. To be fair, my lights didn't stay off too long. So, Alexa, lights on. Alexa, lights on.
Okay.
And, Alexa, ask goat compliments to compliment.
Your driving skills are excellent.
Oh, I remember that, Portable Jim. I remember that. Yeah. People raised a fuss, man. People raised a fuss. Can't hit the bum, bum, bum. Okay, all the generators. Quantum quarries. Redstone lanterns. Disturb mob spawner. Then the mills and the drums. Environmental stuff. Glass pipes. Well, I don't see how any of this would have anything to do with mob spawners. Maybe this page. Trowel. Is Bitbot's broken? Don't know. It wasn't this morning. We lost all our drops of evil too. We had a bunch, but they're gone. I should get that automated too, but one thing at a time. Da, da. Okay, let's head to the Nether and actually, well, let's do two things. Let's set up a new teleport for ourselves in the Nether. This network is totally not being used anymore, I don't think. Or this, yeah, this controller. I don't think this is being used. This is output. Maybe these are still connected to it. That's probably like the last remaining thing. I don't really want to mess with changing all that right now. Doo-doo. Well, I just happen to have one right here unused. Perfect. Is it all set up? Yes, it is. Okay. RF tools. I want to make a matter thingamabob. We're going to make our own
Hey,
nether
Bacon,
thing.
someone just subscribed.
Chris Key with Twitch Prime! Like a boss, high five. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sup, Dual Master, how are you? Okay. To my old house. And this thing is really running out of power. Let's fill it up. Why not just set a destination on the porter? The porters have to link to these, so that's why I made one, so that the porter can link to it. That's exactly what I'm doing. That beehive. Oh, hello, sir. I needed some more gas tiers. Thank you. So, do bees spawn anymore now that I took that spawner out? Doesn't look like it. It's kind of cool. Oh, that's interesting. It's not making obsidian. Oh, it's actually like replacing the lava blocks. It looks like, maybe. Or is that sitting on top? I can't quite tell. Wow, this must be Soren's monstrosity. Let's see what he's doing. Ranged collector. Shield projector, which is rapidly running out of power. Infinity block. 2 different crates. Okay. Well, I'd kind of like to find somewhere that Soren isn't using. Let's see if we can find some spot with a... I'd like to find a fortress that nobody else is really using. Which might mean traveling a while. I don't know. Hopefully I don't wreck the server for everybody. Give me all the tears. Give me your salty tears. What the? Really? What? What? And there's more of them around here just on fire. I don't... and here's more. I don't understand. Okay, here is a fortress. Let's see if there's any evidence of player presence. It feels like new chunks. I'm not positive, but it... and there's a blaze spawner. First, let's gather this thing. No, not the mushroom! Mycelial netherrack. What? Will that spread onto dirt? So I haven't had mycelium. Alright, let me just grab some netherrack. Alright, I'm gonna make a little spawn hut here. All those Vader sounds. Okay, that works. Okay. Just a quick little hut that won't draw ghast aggro when I'm teleporting. And I don't need this to be chunk loaded. Okay. Ah, okay. Took a hot minute, but it got here. There we go. Okay. So now we have a quick way to get to the Nether and back. And we have a blaze spawner right here. What are all the different rings? Speed, strength, jump boost, regen, resistance, fire resistance, water breathing, invisibility, night vision. That's the one I want. We can make this one now. Probably a Pokepie. Let's make a ring of night vision. And I will come back. Really should make that down here. Wow. Why does that gotta be server wide, man? Okay. I don't have carrots. That's a problem. Are there... Did I find a village near me? Oh, this one. Yeah, let's see if that has carrots. I don't remember if it does. Oops. Yes, it do. Ah, like. Previous versions of those rings only worked while holding the main hand. Was that changed? Well, the smaller ones work while you're holding, and the bigger ones work from your inventory. Basically, you add a nether star to it to make it work. But you can also put it in your offhand, and it works still. So for most of these, that works good enough for me. Unless you want several to be working all at one time. I just really want night vision. How much was that? 4 of them. What's up, Ray Ray? Wow, what? I don't have nether wart? Do 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 do. Find a way. Okay. Could have swore I had another maybe, or another wart. Maybe there's some left here because I had a farm. No, I wasn't using it, so I left it in my storage, and it got lost when my drives got killed. Okay. Let's see. We'll find some nether wart in the new place. Oh, see, this is why I want the night vision. It's so dark. Where I'm going. Hate how dark it is. This might do it. Yes. There we go. Okay, nether wart. Not storing it in RS this time. Okay, we'll get a new ring. And awkward potion, okay. Bottle.
Tell me where I belong. I've been searching all night. Walking these streets, it's a maze at midnight. Been thinking of you, if those days have gone by. I gave you a chance to treat me
Okay.
Try yourself a future with me. It's a mystery. What
There we go.
awaits. Oh, it's a
Nah. There we go. Party hard. All right. Give me that awkwardness. What's up, Price? All these OG baconers in the chat. I know, right? It's awesome. That makes for a good Saturday. Okay, is that everything? Yep. Boom. Really don't like this blaze rod system, but whatever. There we go. That works. That works. We got night vision now, boys. Okay. So now we go back to the nether. This time armed with night vision. And I should actually be able to see my way around. And I'm looking for drops of evil and wither skulls. Just enough lag to make that annoying. Alright, well, since I'm doing a bit of combat here, let's have this out in case I need it. All these vines, though. Ooh, hello, sir. I always seem to need tears for something. Oh, hi. Hi, guys. Well, look at that. Already got a drop of evil. Sweet. Love a third skull as well. Rip Vine, Vine is dead. Well, that's not the Vine I was talking about. Oh, hi. More relevant is Revlo dying. Logged into the stream today. And Revlo bot turned on. I was like, oh, feels bad. Really? Wow, that went through all the blaze powder already. What? Dude, that sucks. The regen didn't even use it that fast. Wow. I'd like at least a second drop of evil and at least a third wither skull. Look at that. It's just look how fast that drops. It's insane. Seems like the regen one ought to go like that, right? Night vision, like, what does it even matter? Why you gotta tick that fast? Oh, hello. Here, let's try this. Resturbed mob spawner. Whoa! It let me keep the drop of evil? Was not expecting that. A Forgecraft is not a mod pack. It's not on any launcher. Okay, so we got 3 skulls. Good. Still a resturbed spawner. So how do you... That seems to be generic. Like, that doesn't seem to be set to blazes. So how do you put it back? I don't know. I'm clearly missing a step from these extra utility spawners. Got plenty of drops now. 4 of them, so that'll be enough to, you know, do some mob farming and stuff. Right click to access menu. Ooh. Whoa, it worked. Okay. There is a menu, and it said blaze, and you can put speed upgrades in it. Huh. And you can control it with redstone. Cool. Does anybody know if player presence is required? Not required in Beyond. Okay, it's probably the same here. I wonder if the upgraded version of the rings still require blaze powder. That would suck. Hope not. That would definitely be a reason to upgrade them. Because I like having night vision, but the speed that runs through blaze powder is crazy. Time is an elephant. Runic Dungeons amulets? I don't know. Runic Dungeons is not in the, isn't here, so don't know. Alright, that's enough for a wither when we get that far. I'd like to get a blaze farm first, though. Do we have any sort of... We need something that kills in an AoE. Because I don't think there's a good option for moving monsters around. Fans? No. No vector plates. Time is an elephant. I guess RF tools is probably the only way to do it. There aren't vector plates, there aren't conveyors, there's not fans. So I guess we have the blazes spawn in a box and use RF tools to kill them. Sure, on conveyors. There's just the immersive engineering ones, which I really don't want to use those. There isn't a mob grinder. Just a chisel block. So, I mean, I could make an entire room filled with spikes on the floor. So we have punji sticks and we have spikes. Punji sticks are enough to get blaze rods, I'm pretty sure. Isn't there an attractor? No. This is called something else. That's a whole lot of diamonds for a very small amount of return. I mean, I do have a lot of diamonds, but still. And the iron spikes probably won't get us blaze rods. But I think punji sticks will be fine, honestly. Fans don't exist. Water kills blazes, yeah, but I don't think that causes rods to drop. I might be wrong. That's a behavior that's been inconsistent. Water killing blazes and giving rods or not giving rods has changed over time, and like I don't know if it's vanilla change or mods changing it. I don't know.
Bacon. Someone
Pooling
just
3
subscribed.
just subbed for the first month in a row. Yes! Like a boss, high five. Thank you so much. I'm aware the diamond spike gives you player
Hey,
kill drop.
Bacon. Someone just subscribed.
Ace just subbed with Twitch Prime. Like a boss, high five. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. All right. I think what I'm going to do is try Punju 6. So we need a new room for monster killing. Monster hunting. It's a little annoying how this stuff... Actually, I probably can leave this here, huh? I think I can leave that there. It's just that the bottom one needs power. We're going to make a new room. So, in like fashion, we're going to have three blocks from the floor to the ceiling. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that. Redstone and an alloy smelter auto crafts to flux. What version of Minecraft or Sky Factory are you playing? Two. I mean, the alloy smelter shouldn't turn redstone into flux unless you have it set on furnace mode. It definitely intended behavior because of RF flux. You cook redstone to get that stuff. But 3, 1, 2, 3. But if you have your alloy smelter set to furnace mode, then it's going to do furnace operations. If you set it to alloys, it shouldn't do any furnace operations. Which is why if I'm using alloy smelters, I never do the both mode, because there's a mode where it can do both furnace and other stuff. 1, 2, 3, both furnace and alloying. I'd never do that. If I'm going to do that, I have one for cooking stuff and one for alloying stuff. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I personally don't like the interface of Windows 10 at all. Windows 10, I was just having a conversation on Twitter about this with Tiger Rider. Windows 10 for me has worked fine. I've had no problems, but I just don't love it. I'm just annoyed by it all the time. They keep trying. They keep really, really trying to improve and innovate their UIs, and I just don't like it. I wish they would stop. I feel like they're trying to change for the wrong reasons because it's not broken. They're like trying to have one OS that's master race and does everything. Like they want it to run tablets and PCs and consoles and everything, and so they're just blindly trying to get an interface that works intuitively in all of those places, and it just doesn't. I don't like it, man. But that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. Like Windows 10 has been solid for me. It hasn't given me crash problems. It's fine. I just don't love it. But yo, dog, I heard you like Windows updates. Here's an update for you. Don't worry. I scheduled your computer to restart in 5 minutes, so you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that has definitely become more and more and more annoying. And they're also starting to do this stupid baking ads right in to your OS. Like Microsoft wants to be able to serve ads through your operating system for you to see when you're using your computer. No. Screw that. Like, I wouldn't even be interested in that if the OS was completely free. Even if Windows was completely free, I would still not want my freaking operating system to be giving me ads. No. But, as with all that stuff, it's either going to be able to be configured to turn it off, or I can use other software to not allow it. And I can get over my complaints about the interface. Give me Windows 2K back and I'm happy. I mean, same. Honestly, same. It's just, man, I just feel like I don't really need innovation in my operating system. Like it's the job of the programs to be innovative. The operating system is just supposed to keep the computer running and launch other programs. Like, it's not a complicated thing. But, you know, they're driven to sell more and more product and stuff, and so they keep trying to make it more enticing all over again. You know, honestly, it's a similar thing that I've felt from time to time about Dungeons and Dragons. Right? Like, a lot of times when there's new rule book changes and new versions and everything in D&D, not always, but sometimes it feels like the only reason that they're revising things is so they can sell another round of books, not because there was any big problem that actually needed improving. You know what I mean? There's definitely been some good, sensible changes too, but same kind of thing, man. If you're gonna do that, you better bring something good to the table, or we're still not gonna be happy. Oh, out of power. That's how you feel about the Twitch interface? Yeah. There's something to be said for that. I completely don't understand the new homepage. And maybe they're looking at data that I'm not and have better justifiable insight. But I look at the new homepage and I'm like, what the crap? No idea.
Hey, Bacon.
Oh!
Someone just subscribed.
Geezer HD for 41 months in a row. Like a boss. High five. Thank you, Geezer. Appreciate that. I've known Geezer a long time now.
Hey, Bacon.
Oh!
Someone just subscribed.
Another one! Benji. Wait, Benji was here? Yes! Like a boss. High five. Thank you.
Hey, Bacon. Someone
Oh.
just subscribed.
Jim Bob Taylor for 17 months in a row. Yes! Like a boss. High five. Welcome back, my friend. Oh, the lighting. Yeah, you're right. Good call. Okay. Yeah, I've been told that hitting F5 a few times will clear up that overlay problem.
Hey, Bacon.
Oh,
Someone just
KB8
subscribed.
Tez for 2 years in a row! Yes! Like a boss, high five! Thank you so much. 2 years, man. do. Hi, Jessica. How are you? Started a 4-day weekend. Yes. Hope you have a great holiday. That's awesome. So this thing we're digging out here, this is going to be our new floor for dealing with monster-related stuff, spawning and killing and such. Oh, what have we here? Wow. Right by our base, and there's the chicken down here. Okay. I'm really hoping this isn't some big, hugely branching thing. These things are brutal, by the way. might be smarter to add that and that should get all of those. Right? Or not. Fine. I don't like having big unlit caves right around my base, you know? Because it drives me crazy to start hearing monsters through the walls. So I have a vested interest in keeping all this stuff lit up. I don't know a whole lot about how ATG does cave generation. Pretty straightforward, linear so far. Ah. Ugh, mine shaft. Okay, now we're getting way off the rails here. Take another look, starting from the beginning. Okay, that's short, thankfully. This is not single player, but it's not a public server either. All right, we got a lot of this. I think we'll be pretty good in terms of random monsters coming close to us through this cave. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't know who all is included in the whitelist for this server. Fair number of people. The Moo-Moos did not escape. They were crashing the server. So they had to be put away. Drop all this stuff off. Don't need to be holding on to it in my inventory anyway. And it's time to recharge everything. You can play the ocarina. Nice. Oh, musician talking chat. I really should play instruments more often. I miss it sometimes. Yeah, drone's how power just stops. I've got a fairly large battery that is keeping it refilled. I'd like to do music composition streams, but I've never been able to get my mixer routing stuff set up to be able to properly handle it. There's a lot of channel isolation that has to happen in order for a multi-track recorder to be able to, for you all to be able to hear what I'm doing and hear what the tracks from the DAW, but not have the new track that you're recording, like you all need to be able to hear everything, and the DAW only can only hear one thing. And that creates a lot of like splitting of signals and channel complications. It's all solvable. It's just a lot more complicated than you might think it would be. And that sort of thing has kind of kept me from doing more of it. All right, let's see if we can get our elevator working again. Elevator. And the card. And the screen. Did I not just make stacks of glass? How have I gone through all that already? Oh, by making patterns. That's what it was. And we give it power. Nice. Automatically picked it up. Nice. That was easy. It all works. Just need to fancify this thing. Large lights, purple. There we go. Nice. No, not Mon Hun. That worked. Easy peasy. Dolo do hello. Okay. I don't really know how to get see these cables. I guess we move one into the floor. That'd be the way to do that. How do I make the stream title go in full screen? Move your mouse off the screen. Should just go away. More discussion about the cow mod. Welcome back, Ray Ray. Okay,
Hey, Bacon, someone just subscribed.
True YC just subbed for 2 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Cold outside. Okay, so if we take this pipe right here and move it up there. There we go. That didn't break any existing anything. Except that, right? Yeah. There we go. What I'm trying to do is where these pipes are on 2 separate networks and I need them to not connect.
Hey,
Ha!
Someone just subscribed.
Corgisaurus Rex. For 2 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Thank you, I appreciate it. And there. Dad works. They're not connected. Yeah, I know, I can use colored wire. Wait, where's the actual wall gonna be? This is the actual wall. Okay, so it needs to be one more in. So close. Stupid light. I don't think I need it for lighting.
Hey, Bacon. Someone just subscribed.
That works. Pandamer! Like a boss, high five, Pandamer. Thank you so much for half a year of sub love. Appreciate it. There we go. Okay. Ah. Okay. Ba-da. Let's get some light in here because we're gonna cover it up. When the ceiling gets made, okay, I think that's all ready to go. I went to Phoenix Comic Con and came home with a 4-star Dragon Ball. I don't know what that means, but congrats. Hi, Bacon Mom. Let's make a bunch of that. So I'm to the point now where I feel good about starting to get some more crafting grids on the other floors. I was so staying away from RS for a while, but starting to work it back in. I have slime generators right now. Good crafting grid. Let's auto-craft this. Oh, man! That raid, though! Hello, Sorenites! Welcome, welcome! Soren just ended his stream and sent all his friends our way. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Glad to have you. I'm here on the same server, Forgecraft. Having a little chat in the server chat about cows and mods. What am I missing? Oh, that's another recipe I missed. That I used to have. Here to watch more Mushroom Genocide on Forgecraft, brought to you by Rorax. Lol. About the infinity block, I think what happens is the first block you put down creates your registry but doesn't register itself, and then the second does, and when the first one is replaced, it'll work too. Fix version will be incoming shortly. I could actually see that. That makes some sense. That makes some sense.
Hey, Bacon, someone just
Oh,
subscribed.
they call me Mr. JJ for 18 months. Like a boss. High five. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's a year and a half, man. Thank you. Okay. Did we get our grids? Yes, we did. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can't connect these all up. Do I have... Okay, this one has a grid, so we're good here. I just need to figure out how to get that cable downstairs, which shouldn't be too bad. Sorry, typing a message. Yeah, there's a follower mode in chat. We keep it really low, just a very small one. It allows it keeps it safe from spam bots for the most part. The intention isn't to exclude anybody, but it makes our chat room a lot easier to moderate and such. Okay, so we're gonna take this down. Wow, that's awesome, Prince Orion. Conventions can be a lot of fun. I like them. Okay, where is the one? Right here. Okay. My farm has a grid now. And while we're doing this, let's go ahead and get one upstairs too. Hi, Soren. Taco time, huh? Nice. Okay. Anyway. Step 1, put card in link slot. Step 2, put that card in the other slot.
Hey, Bacon. Someone just subscribed.
Solar Demon 99 for 3 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Da, 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 da. Okay. I don't know if this network here is still or is connected to downstairs or not. Doesn't look like it. I've severed ties with downstairs, I guess. Is there anything up here that would cause a problem for connecting the network again? I don't think so. So I took all that stuff apart. Here, let's just break these. Okay. That, oh, that did. All right. So that's connected. And did we wreck the ceiling up here? Not a lot. Just some. Okay. All right. Secret cow levels. Got the grid there. Let's fix this. Fine. Okay. Good. Fixed. And the bottom floor. That works. And this now gives us the access we need to start fixing up stuff down here. Let me autocraft cells again. Again, thank you anybody who's coming over from the Soren raid. I'm glad to have you. On you. Sticky pistons and spikes to kill the blazes from the side. I mean, you'd have to make one of those big giant contraptions that stair-stepped into the middle. Because the spawner, you don't want the spawner to have a tiny little spawn area or you get hardly any monsters. And you have to move them into the center somehow for the kill zone. So, but we'll play with it when we get that far. Okay. I need new armor soon. Why am I here? The oceans. Arc fishing? Oh man. IE conveyors push them to the wall where they get smashed and twingy sticks or smoked. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of AFK fishing. I'm not a big fan of the IE conveyors. I'm really not. I'd just as soon put bungee sticks all over the room and use an item collector that has big enough range to cover the room. Do I know what's happening with Revlo? Yeah. Just go to their website if you missed the announcement. They're shutting down. And they explained it all in a big blog post, which you can read. Rip Revlo. Oh, how are we doing on our ore stuff? Keeping up. Nice. My power gen plans? Well, I'm going to leave it as is for now until the mod updates again. And then, because there's some fixes that are supposed to be coming in. So we'll see if that fixes it all. And if not, then I don't know. I'll find something else. Okay. I keep getting distracted. I'm so distractible today. I was going to autocraft cells.
Hey,
This thing
Bacon.
right here.
Someone just
Oh, look at that.
subscribed.
Connor! For 1 full year! Like a boss. High five. Okay, cells and machine frames. Got a machine frame. Not crafted yet. It's slimy generator that uses milk and slime together. Okay. That doesn't take care of Prismarine automation, but I really don't feel like doing that. Good. I was hoping I had some of that left. Those are all pretty easy to craft. How does she feel? Yeah, Revlo's shutting down, but they're including an export. So I don't know what Nerd Fusion's plans are regarding Revlo. We haven't had a company meeting since that announcement happened, so I don't know. But Revlo has an export tool. So you can, if you're a streamer and you've been using Revlo, you can export the data, and other systems that have chat loyalty stuff are going to be supporting, importing the Revlo data. Okay. Oh, rip, Simon. Rip. I think most of us have been there before. How much longer do I plan on streaming? Well, I promised everybody a 12-hour stream today, and we've been live 5.5. So, a while yet. Okay. Chisel. Let's look at the floor and such working. And get our swapping wand. Seven by 7 mode. Don't have the right block. Chris Wickline, what's up? Oh, not iron. We have 10,000 blocks of iron, by the way. Little nuts. All right, floor is good. Let's fix the holes in the ceiling.
Hey, Bacon, someone just subscribed.
Toxic Reaper for 2 months in a row. Like a boss. High five. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Oh, man. This is where I wish I had a builder's wand. There we go.
Hey, Bacon, someone just subscribed.
Who's that? Painter Paul just subbed for 4 months in a row. Like a boss. High five. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. I'm your letter man. Oh, okay. Like the entire alphabet or just certain letters? Okay. All right. It looks solid, if not menagerie. Okay. Love how you're giving up, trying not to waste around the edges. Well, yeah, now that I have 16,000, like before when I was doing this, I was right. It takes about 2K of the block to make this room, and I had around 2K every time I was doing this. So now that I'm at 15K, whatever. It was a problem before, but I don't think that's the center block. Maybe it is. Okay. All right, we have the ceiling done. And we're going to use basalts for the walls like the other rooms. Trodden bricks. I love Tiasu. Wait a minute. Did I just... Oh, man. Wait a minute. What'd I do? Yeah. That... The swabbing wand has overreached its power here. There. I think that unbroke most stuff. Oh, good. From there on up, it's higher, so we're good. Okay. Woo! Swabbing wand OP. That could have been bad. There's probably other spots that I've accidentally replaced and not realized. Looking pretty good to me. Palace of glowstone. I actually had enough. Nice. Because I love lamp. Down we go. Oh yeah, I forgot the elevator walls. Oh wait, double click frenzy. Hold on. Gotta click the cookies. Probably be ready to prestige again by the end of the stream, I would think. Maybe. Three, two, one, done. Okay. Du, du, du. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Excited to watch me play Terraria? Yeah, I love that game, man. Basalt. Grab a little of this back so I can fix the elevator. Gotta grab 2 stacks. Still work? Yep. Still works. Okay, well, we need to do the lighting now, but I think we got everything else. Let's do this here. Camus, what's up? Lag. Yeah, it's definitely lagging a bit. My dashboard says I'm offline. I'm assuming you guys can still hear me, or people would have been complaining in chat. You can't see or hear me now? Oh, okay. Feels bad, man. Wait, is that? No, that's not right. Wait. I guess I could have just... coordinated from that. There we go. That's what I was expecting to see. There we go. These I like the illumination wand, especially for caves. It's really nice, especially early game as well. But when you get an entire large base filled with them, they do start to add noticeable lag from all the entities. 100 bits from Shoot 21, who says, Alexa, 70 factorial.
11 Duo Trigentillion
Oh, God.
978 Un Trigentillion 571
Why?
Trigentillion 669 Novum Vigentillion 969 Octavigentillion 891 Septvigentillion 796 Sexvigentillion 72 Quinvigentillion 783 Quatuor Vigentillion 721 Trevigentillion 689 Duo Vigentillion 98 Un Vigentillion 736 Vigentillion 458 Novum Decillion 938 Octo Decillion 142 Septum Decillion 546 Sextillion 425 Quindecillion 857 Quatuor Decillion 555 Tridecillion 362 Duo Decillion 864 Undecillion 628 Decillion 9 Nonillion
No.
582 Octillion 789 Septillion 845 Sextillion 319 Quintillion 680 Quadrillion.
Thank you, Alexa. Any ONI tonight? I expect so, yeah. There we go. Lag. Oh, double dragonflight. Eh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Can you still hear my heartbeat? Cookie count? Without frenzy, I'm at 24.8 sextillion cookies per second. Prestige level is 458,500. Currently sitting on 62,000 heavenly chips. Feel like you're in a wild stream with this song? Oh yeah, James Flamestar. Wild plays him a lot. Australian pride and all that. Okay. to shink our way through all of the lights. All right, check our light levels to be sure. Looks good. Ugh. Ooh. This makes a big difference in the visibility of the wall. And now I'm missing Palace. But that's easy to fix. The lanterns, they are white lamps from Actually Editions. Put the stream in the background and play MC. Nice. Enjoy your game. Revel of points. It's a chat loyalty thing. You'll see them in various chats. Basically, it's a way to reward people for watching. So, like, the more time you spend in a channel, the more points you accrue. And what you do with those points could be anything, really. You know, different streamers have different rewards set up. But Revlo is, I guess, was one system for tracking, gathering, and spending those kind of points. They just announced that they're shutting down. There's others out there still, though. But most of them weren't trying to be a startup with investors and all that. Like, it's an awesome product and a cool tool for broadcasters, but it's not really a business model, you know? Can't you do Palace in item form? Yeah, that would have been slower, but yeah, I could have done that. Okay. Look over for accuracy. It all looks good to me. Two, three, four, six, three, four. Three of those are different. Let's unify this. There we go. There we go. We got ourselves a new floor. And I gotta say, we did that in record time compared to all the other times we've done this. All right, so we are here to contemplate monster spawning. We have this here resturbed mob spawner. Let me get some blocks. And just a few of those. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Center. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside wall. So we could have a spawner in here.
Someone just subscribed.
Reverse Rocket 4 for the first month in a row. Like a boss, high five. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Why can't this floor be a jumping castle? I know. Feels bad, man. Woot's not in this pack, shoot. No, Baker. Do I have a link for my playlist? Sort of. Run the song command and you'll get all the info you need. What? I just put my ring away. Wow. What are our glass options here? Lots of chisel stuff. Now, I believe the dark glass keeps light from going through, I think. Pretty sure. And then the ineffable is the one that you can actually, that I can actually walk through, but monsters can't. I think that's the deal. Okay, thickened glass. And goes there. And then the dark. How am I? What? Okay, whatever. On a low setting, it's still buffering all crazy. I'm sorry, Flame Wolf. That's rough. Meow. Don't need glass everywhere. An ink farm wouldn't be bad, yeah. All right. I forgot that doesn't, that you need silk touch. Darn it. I'm short 1. I might as well take these completely out. Leave them be consistent. These I'll leave in here, but turn off. That was really dark. Yeah, I'll leave that one in there so I can get some vision when I need it. So I plan on leaving this open down here. Nice. Frantics, I'm great. How are you? Okay. Now, please work with Silk Touch. Yes. Okay, I'll leave that open for when I put the spawner in. So I'm looking at the ranged collector. Oh, why are you freaking out, Frantics? Because I said your name? Hi. I'm not that unapproachable, I promise. There we go. Don't know much about how that works. Let me turn that off. Okay. Redstone mode deactivation. Oh, wait. Deactivation or pulse? I mean, so does it have to run on? That would imply that a redstone signal would deactivate it. Oh, to let all items through an empty blacklist can be used. Let no item through an empty whitelist can be used. I see. It's just defaulting to not letting anything through. Oh. Okay, well now let's test the range. Got that just fine. Doesn't seem to go. I don't know if it's too far or if it's the wall, but that seems to work. Okay, so that'll give us item collection. And that'll be easy to return home. Probably gonna want an XP collector here too. And we'll need to connect it down here to get the drops out. All right, well, so now Fuji sticks. And then the spawner. I'm the bomb.com. Oh, I've never been. I'm building a mob spawner. Yeah, yeah, free potato. That's. I already mentioned that. XP needs to get collected. Why you no work? You worked in the nether just fine. Did I really use up all the speed upgrades? Okay, there's got to be something about the spawn mechanics of this spawner that I'm not understanding. Needs redstone on? It didn't. Last time I tried it, I just placed it down in the nether and got stuff all around me. Woo! Too much grid power. We have a pretty chill chat, Franix. We moderate actively and work hard to make sure that we can have a real conversation here. And we do have a lot of lurkers, too. And there's nothing wrong with that. Should require redstone to run? Really? Okay. Oh, wait, it should be toggleable, though. It says always on. Does not require redstone. So why you no spawn? Maybe this spawner requires a spot on the floor? Definitely dark enough. There's the 2 blocks below? Why below? Oh, maybe it's a grid power thing? No, if it was a grid power thing, I'd be falling out of the sky.
Hey, Bacon, someone just subscribed.
JoJo Delights for 10 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Thank you. Okay, we can test the theory of blocks below. Let's take those out. Now there's no blocks below. And those are valid spawn locations. No portable gym. I don't know how that works. And do you have a version of that for 111? I don't want it to be the blocks above. Maybe it has to be on the ground. I don't understand why it would only work in the Nether. I can move blaze spawners to the overworld, the vanilla spawners, and that works fine. Doesn't need a lever. The redstone behavior is configurable, and it's set to always on. Why else is floating? Well, what the heck? I mean, maybe it does need to be in the Nether, but that just doesn't make any sense. Let's go take it to the Nether and try it. Are Punji's valid? Well, I tried that. That's why I put those blocks on the wall. That was just a plain block, and to provide a valid spawn point. There. No, it wasn't working in my hallway. That was a vanilla blaze spawner. I think. Think they're just slow to spawn? Well, that's why I added speed upgrades. I don't know, man. I'm starting to worry that I can't do this in the overworld for some reason. I should name my bot to Bacon Bot. I have a bot called Bacon Robot. I'm perfectly happy with that. And looks like someone has delivered a cow. Hi there, Angus. Do you have enough grid power for it in your overworld? Well, dimension is irrelevant with grid power, and yes, I have grid power, or else I wouldn't be able to fly right now. As soon as the grid is overloaded, I fall out of the sky. That is a very easy to see metric. Don't know if I'm going to Minecon next year. I'd like to. I've gone every year since 2013. Or every time since 2013. Look at that, 14 speed upgrades. 10 Naros with 1,000 bits. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we have spots dark enough for them to spawn there. Why would it only work in the Nether? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Because it's another mob? Yeah, but the spawner works. Like, I mean, I'll show you. Oh, teleport. Where's my moving one? Right here. What's in that one? That's blazes. Oh, wrong spawner. That should work. Unless there's something else about the mechanics of this thing that I don't understand. Again, maybe in this case it is about spawnable blocks, because they might not be able to spawn on the punji sticks, but I've seen them spawn in the middle of the air before, so I don't get that. I do not have a mega torch. Doesn't have to be a fortress. Look. I can take this guy. We had this thing living quite happily out here. Now there's two blaze spawners here. Soren's villager spawn midair. Isn't he using a different mod? So spotlights, not 4 floors down. Spotlights are only on the top floor. We're all the way down here. We don't have a mega torch. Okay, let's try putting this on the bottom block. Yeah, I'm aware that they probably can't spawn on the blocks, on the spikes, but I set up a platform here to try to rule that out. They can spawn on that. Also, I can't even tell you how many times in Sky Factory I've had a blaze spawner in my mob farm and have them spawning on the wall up in the air. I don't know. No, monsters can absolutely spawn on this marble. I've experienced that firsthand. Mob limit hit? No, because I went upstairs and they spawned up there. So I don't know. I'm sure that there is some spawner mechanic that I'm not understanding. I want to see. So that's a valid spawn location at the same, you know, on the level that the lower the spawner's at. Do they have to be above a certain height? No. They should be spawning off of these walls on there and on here. Dark spot under the sticks. There, that's a toggleable light that I've turned off. How could it be a chunk issue? That doesn't even make sense. If it needs to be in the air, I tried that already. Guys, these blocks spawn monsters. I promise. When I was using the lamps went out and I had mobs all over my freaking base. It doesn't need redstone, it's a vanilla spawner. I do not understand. Yeah, that's a good question. Let's see if the disturbed spawner works upstairs. Yeah, it defaults to always on, redstone wise. Okay, so this is a vanilla spawner, that is, and so is this. And I've been using this as my farm, so they spawn here just fine. Let's confirm again, just for sanity's sake. Let's wait here a minute until blazes spawn. There we go. Blaze spawner works just fine. A vanilla blaze spawner works just fine here. Now, after I heal, okay, now that I'm healing up, let's try the whatever spawner here. We've seen this thing work in the nether, and we've seen a vanilla spawner work here. So, will this work here? Yes. A lot! Ah! Why? Why does it work up there? Break and replace that spawner. I have broke and replaced down there several times. Yeah, they're probably going to keep spawning. Here, let's get a regen going. Ah! Okay, we have confirmation that this spawner works, and it works in this dimension. Next test. Let's go remove all of the freaking spikes. So loud. There is a block underneath. So why does this not work? Mega torches don't exist. It's why level specific? It can't be. I refuse to believe that this is Y level specific. That makes zero sense at all. It's just, I don't believe it. I don't believe that it's Y level. Yeah, I'll try stone. I mean, that could be something related to this modded spawner. Like that wouldn't explain why the vanilla one hasn't been working. Let's try that here too. You know what? Maybe that isn't counting as a solid block. Mystified. I'm really far away from those things. I don't know. Okay, all right. Maybe it is maybe it is the IE lanterns. But we should be able to test that by turning off the lights and see if vanilla monsters spawn. It's Y level? Refuse to believe it. AA lights, the only IE lights you have are the floodlights? I know. I have IE lanterns upstairs, and some people are saying that those might be stopping the monsters spawning all the way down here. I find that highly unlikely, but maybe. Because I swear I've had the lamps off. Like when I was digging out this stuff and whatnot. Fat Batman, hello. Well, I'm trying this first. See if monsters spawn over there, because this room's big enough. Yeah, this is the mountain. What is that doing there? Get out of here. You two, get out of here. We'll give it a minute. This kind of spawning isn't super accurate because they spawn so much in caves and whatnot. Powered lanterns prevent spawning, floodlights do not? What? Yeah, they do. Floodlights prevent spawning. That's how I monster free upstairs. Nothing spawning so far. Hard to know what that actually means. This one we haven't fixed the lamps in. You all are seriously... You're trying to convince me to turn off these. Well, I guess I replaced the floor. Alright. I have the floor lamps lit up. The floor should still be good. Even without these. Pineapple Delicious, welcome to the chat, man. Alright. Gonna wait. Wait till I'm confident that the lights have all ticked off. It's not instant. I think there's light still coming from it. And it can take a while. It can take a while for the lamps to update. I think they're still on right now. These are off. I don't want to like break them because they were so hard to get working. I do need more cloches. Okay, I'm not for certain whether or not they're all off, but let's go check. See, now we have a monster, but it's hard to know if that was because of the floodlight or just because we were upstairs for so long. But let's check the spawners again. Oh my goodness, it works. Wow. Well, some of you were right. The floodlights all the way up there we're stopping them from spawning. Wow. I could have swore that I was having monsters spawn on me. Oh, God. While I was digging out these other floors. This is madness. You not. Oh, God, wait. Hold on. Hold on. One problem at a time here. Second blaze spawner needs to be put back. There. That's where you belong. Okay. Okay. All right. Confirmed working. Okay, that should stop the spawning. Okay. Now, let's try the punji sticks again. Okay. Okay. Don't know if that'll work or not. Du, du, du. Oh yeah, I didn't put any speed upgrades in, did I? Don't really know how many I want to put in there. Are they not dropping them, or is it not collecting them? They don't seem to be dropping them. Okay, it's in whitelist, really? Well, it says to let all items through, let in an empty blacklist. That's an empty blacklist. Yeah, it looks like the Punji 6 are just not letting drops happen, but that doesn't make any sense. Because I used punji sticks in Sky Factory all the time. So I guess we're gonna have to go with spikes. I didn't want to do that, but it should work. No, that magnet is stronger than my player magnet. Alright. I guess we go make spikes. There is ineffable dark glass. I don't have materials to make it. A new spawner was such a job. And used to that concept. Alright. I don't want this to be... I don't want this to be an XP farm. I think iron spikes is all I need, right? Because I think the wooden spikes reduced to 1 heart. Diamond drop player kill only, but I thought it's I thought it also drops XP. That drops experience. I think this drops the player kill stuff. Stone will be okay too. Really? No, gold says mobs drop experience. Gold's the only one dropping XP now. Does that mean the diamond spikes won't drop the blaze rods? None or both? Okay. Let's see how much... Let's see how much this is going to cost me. So, sword. And that one. Nobody will believe. Oh, I need like 80 of these. $180 diamonds. That's not so bad. All right. Don't know if the spikes are going to drop XP or not, but I can put a XP solidifier down there if I need to. Not a big deal. Only need 22, but that would look awkward. Wouldn't be the first time mystified. Ow. Why not make Tinker's Hammer? I have one. This thing's better. Well, that's a spiky floor. That is a spiky floor. Kind of cool to look at. It is an expensive floor. All right, I want a redstone toggle. For this. And we can do that with XNet. Give it a shot. No, this is the upstairs network. Alright. Some cable. Into my heart. Get into my heart again. I think I gave up on the Redstone channel earlier, but sending a solid signal is easy. Did I build all this? Absolutely. I'm afraid. Oh man, it doesn't see it as valid. Crap. Hired a team at Home Depot. Must have been it. Crap, the connectors don't see it as a valid connection. Bummer. Well. Stone transmitter. Wireless transmitter. I've never used these. For fuel? No, it's just so I can have blaze rods. I'm always running out. This whole floor I want to be for mob spawning of all kinds. That's a different mod. I don't know what a phantom face is, Quinterhawk. Transmitter and receiver with a lever would work. But what's the receiver called? Oh, there it is. Okay, I just typed it wrong before. This doesn't work underneath the block, though, does it? Or up. Doesn't have to be pointed into it. That's so annoying. Oh, wait. Speaking of annoying. Redstone conduit doesn't exist. Ah. How do you configure it? Channel -1, channel 3. There's no interface. Oh, phantom face. Oh. Phantom redstone. Liquid energy. Phantom face. It just says face. Right click the receiver on the transmitter. Transmitter, receiver. That's weird. All right, it works. But I don't think it emits out all sides. Just out the side the arrow is pointing at, which is really annoying because I can't just set it on top of that thing. And I certainly don't want to... Well, I can place it on a wall, yeah, but... Double dragonfly? Placing it on a wall doesn't help me get it to the spawner in the center of the room. Placing it on the side of the spawner won't activate it. Phantom... Is one of these about redstone? Oh, redstone face right there. Okay, well that might solve the problem. Vertically underneath? Oh, that would look terrible. Ugh. Ah! Uh, Yeah, I think I want to try out the Phantom redstone thing. So I could have that built into the wall here and it would make more sense. For now, though, this will work. Yeah. So let me just finish this and then I'll do the Phantom Faces and upgrade to that. Okay, that works. Yep, working pretty efficiently here. Now, please. Yes. Okay, good. So next, I need to get network cable to that. In fact, I haven't rigged up this floor for cable yet either anyway, so let's go ahead and do that. For all of your XNet wiring needs. Yeah, I'll mention that. I don't know if he'll see it. Ender IO conduits Ender IO conduits don't connect to them either. I mean, maybe Tima doesn't want it to work with conduits or something. Don't know. Okay, I think the best way to connect this upstairs is by going through here. You already have that guy right there. Right? Yeah. Okay. Downstairs is now XNet connected to mission control. Okay. There we go. Putting all the lights back and the floor back and all the back bacon. Oh, wait. Okay. Do, do. Okay, so having connected all that, that's the middle. Okay. The collector is now connected to the XNet network. $200 bits from Jonathan Tech. Alexa, enable skill meow.
Okay, I've enabled it. It may take a minute until you can begin using it. To start, just say, Alexa, meow meow.
Alexa, meow meow. Meow? But what? But why? Okay, are you sure? Ah, yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, then. Alexa, stop! Wow, it just keeps meowing at you until you turn it off. Okay. Great for lonely people. Oh man. Or just cat lovers. All right. Oh, oops. Okay. Now we'll go back up to mission control. Well, so here, right there. All right, so now anything that gets dropped into the collector will automatically get sorted. So let's make a drawer. And void. And some upgrades. Okay. There we go. I didn't see any XP dropping in there. I'll have to go look at that again. Jack says hi. Okay, hi Jack. What Jack? There's a lot of Jacks. All right, so item collection is good. I have that there. Okay, let me just sanity check, make sure it all works. Diamond spikes don't drop XP. Yeah, well, they're never supposed to, but they used to do it anyway, even though it said that it shouldn't. Okay, so that's on. So now I just want to go back up here. And watch the blaze go up. There it is. Confirmed. All right. Yeah, the void upgrade lets you continue to put stuff in it, but it just deletes whatever comes in past the point that it's full. Wow, I shouldn't have put that farm here. This is all laggy now. I really could move it to anywhere else, but I'll probably end up moving it because, yeah. We already have string crafted. Okay, one for that. One for that. One for that. And one for that. Okay, there's a phantom face. Ooh, I have to energize. That stuff. That's annoying. Okay, anyway, let's. It's all annoying but possible here. This keeps coming up, so let me just autocraft this. There we go, that's bricks. Oh, definitely framey. Oops. Okay. Oh, that's right, this. There's red bricks and another brick. I could take out some of the speed upgrades. But why would I do that? Then it would go slower. Oh, God. Oh, lucked out. That's laggy? No, it's not even running right now, is it? Or did I not turn it off? Maybe I didn't turn it off. Wait, no. What's the other? What am I missing? Bricks, nether bricks. Oh, bricks. There we go. What are you making the phantom face for? For the mob farm. It'll just... Well, I mean, first of all, I've never made one before. So I want to try it out. But also, it'll be a cleaner looking interface than that receiver thing. Mod for 111.2 the double Zors? Yeah, the crusher from Extra Utilities 2. Let's do that a second time. Do. All right, there we go. We have 2 phantom faces. Oh, how do I connect these together? Does anybody know how to link them? Oh, it creates a link itself. Says it's not connected to anything. With the link tool. What's the link tool called? Phantom connector. That thing? Okay. Weird. Connected block is a restored mob spawner. It's 1 block away. Okay. So this doesn't have to be here? Is that the deal? You connected. I was thinking that that the two would proxy each other, but apparently that's not quite how it works. What am I doing? I'm making my mob farm remotely controllable. Right? No? Am I still misunderstanding? I did relink them. The connected block is a restored mob spawner at blah blah blah. It's 7 blocks away. The connection is fine and working. Got the lever on the phantom face. Lever won't place on it. It does the reverse of what you're doing? The redstone face has to be next to the spawner. You have to link the lever to the phantom face. What? Okay. That is not intuitive. Not all how I would have thought it would work. Obviously.
Hey, Bacon, someone just subscribed.
Orin Games for 5 months in a row. Like a boss, high five. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, that's it. That's strange to me that it works that way, but hey, as long as I know how it works. Hello, what? Phantom things are a bad idea. They can't deliver what they promise. AA has special coding for its own blocks, so guess who gets blamed when the Phantom blocks don't work with the mob's blocks? I mean, it worked fine, though. I'm considering that successful. Okay, that's all fine. Let me improve the floor here for a second. Well, they're a lot easier to make than the Thaumcraft ones. Mostly because you don't have to do Thaumcraft to get them.
Hey, Bacon, someone just
Oh!
subscribed.
Thunder! For 3 months in a row. Like a boss, high five! Thank you, I appreciate it. Why would I need this open now? Well, to be able to show people how it works. I never need to do anything, really. But, yeah, maybe that's silly. Okay, fine. I'll close it up. Okay, fine. It died pretty darn quick, too. Hey, Minor Thread, how are you? Well, we're just gonna let this run for a bit. Is the light still on in the spawner room? I think it is. And I also think it doesn't really matter because they're spawning just fine. It might ignore light completely. I don't know. Why do they all fall down and not trying to fly up? They only fly when they aggro on a player. So this glass they can't see me through. So they're not aggroing on me. That's why they're not firing as well. So if there's no player around, they just fall. I don't want to turn the light off. If it's spawning, fine. I'd rather be able to see in there. So I'm good with it. About the aesthetics. I'm justifying the tunnel. Well, yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine. All right. I am super happy with this mob farm. We're gonna have more blaze rods than we could ever want, which is awesome. And this doesn't even take power. It just takes a little bit of grid power, but that's nothing. There has not been any XP drops yet. There's still some time for some of them to show up eventually, but so far, nothing. All right. I've been live for 8 hours, and I haven't had a bathroom break in like 4 of those. So our last bathroom break was 3.5 hours in, so 4.5 hours since I've had a break. If I'm going to last 12 hours, which is what I promised you guys, 12-hour stream, if I'm going to last, then I need to take a break and stretch and use the bathroom and all that sort of stuff. So hope you all stick around. A lot of broadcasting left, and I've got some fun things planned. I can't wait, and I hope you stick around, and I will be right back. Don't go away.